do, yeah. Do you need one too?
No.
Is there? Okay.
Those are from the ones that just.
All right. Okay. So we can begin on page 5 of the prayer book. We'll do twice in English and once in Tibetan. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. Sanjay Chudang Soki Choknama. Oh, you want to do the Dagdhamma?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Starting over. We are doing the whole Dagdhamma, beginning on page 1. So, yeah, I just strange because it's not in the morning, so I forgot. Yeah. Right. An extra 4. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and unknowingness, may they experience happiness and be separated from suffering. I will quickly establish them in the state of the most perfect and precious Buddhahood. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. All sentient beings, limitless as the sky, take refuge in the kind Lama Vajradhara, the embodiment of the body, speech, mind, qualities, and activities of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times, source of the 84,000 categories of the teaching, and Lord of the Sanghas. We take refuge in the kind root Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Yidams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom. Namge Dada Nyambe Semjen je
jo je de som je de yin ye ba dong je je go zo yin do yang dan zhan lan dong je je ngo wo ju ru wo chu jie gong bo dong zha je je za yin ju ne ba bei gen de dong je je nga da ten chen za wa dong ju ba ra je ve ba ran de la ma tang ba nam la han jiao zi yin je wo ye dai jin guo lai je la zuo nang lai jiao zi yin je wo nga sang jie jun bian de nang lai jiao zi yin je wo dan bie chu nang lai jiao zi yin je wo bao bie dian de nang lai jiao zi yin je wo bao gan dui zhe zhang song mei zuo yi ye jie jian dan den ba nang lai jiao zi yin je wo.
Page 4. Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma, and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path.
Hoi chang choi nying boi jie jie wo sang jie nang la jiao zhen jie en chu dan jiang zhe san ba ye zuo lan jie xian jiao zhen jie en che dai ngo jie de xie jie chang choi to ne jie ba dong jiang jiao zhen bie la ba la te da ren xian de ba da te jie zhuo lai pen dong de jiang jiao zhen ne jie jie xian xian de ne la ba la ren ba xian de la ba re jie wo.
Page 5. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
Song jie jiu dan zuo jie jiu nang la jiang jie ba de dang ne jiao zhen jie da ge jian zuo jian bie song nang jie han duo la ben jie song jie du ba xiu.
May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Nam ga dai nyam be sem chen tam je de wa dong an de ve ju dan den ba ju je dong ra dong ge en ju dan de wa ju je dong me be de wa dong nam me de wa ju je ne ren cha da ne da de ve a da nyong la ne ba ra ju je.
On page 6. refuge of all sentient beings without exception, divine subjugator of terrifying Maras together with their hosts of demons, the one who understands all realities without exception exactly as they are, transcend and conquer together with your disciples, please come here to this place.
Benzara Zamanza, Benzara Zamanza, Benzara Zamanza, Malay Semjay, Gwenjay, Gonjay, Jay, and Ode, Bonjay, Mezay, Jumjay, La, Mona, Malay, Jay, Jay, Jumden Kurajen and Jesus or Baden Bube Dube Halogen and Neve Yada Bandi
Page 7. The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the 4 continents, and the sun and moon. As a Buddha field I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Page 11. Namo, to the Lama of utterly pure appearance and existence, I offer the fundamental ground of appearance and existence. I supplicate you to thoroughly liberate the 3 realms. Please grant your blessings and overturn the depths of samsara. Sublime Master, wish-fulfilling jewel, crown ornament, the inconceivable, inexpressible mind of the victorious ones, the one endowed with the 5 wisdoms of omniscience, gracious one, the embodiment of love, precious protector of beings, I supplicate you from within the essence of mind. Please grant your blessings from within the innate nature. Please bless me that I may realize the Dharmakaya that is beyond intellect, this primordially unborn, completely pure mind, transcend and conquer the one thus gone, foe destroyer of afflictive emotions, completely perfected Buddha, endowed with logic and virtue, the one gone to bliss, knower of the world, captain, tamer of beings, the unexcelled teacher of gods and men, I respectfully prostrate, completely touching my head to the stainless feet of the unequaled Shakya king. At the time of your birth, leader of 2-legged beings, taking 7 steps on this great earth you proclaimed, I am supreme in this world. To you who are wise, even then I prostrate. Possessing a body of complete purity, your sublime form is excellent. An ocean of primordial wisdom, you are like a golden mountain, the one whose renown is evident throughout the 3 worlds, protector of supreme attainment. To you I prostrate. To you who are endowed with the supreme marks, whose face is like an immaculate moon, to you, the one with a complexion like gold, I prostrate. A flawless one such as you, among the 3 levels of existence, is most exquisite. Unparalleled omniscient one, to you I prostrate. Supreme among humans, captain of those to be tamed, the one thus gone who severs the all-binding fetters, who with senses pacified is utterly pacified and skilled in peace, to that one, the one who dwelled at Travasti, I prostrate. Refuge endowed with great compassion, totally omniscient one who indicates the way, ground basis for oceans of merit and qualities, I prostrate to the one thus gone. The pure cause free from attachments, the virtue that liberates from the lower realms, the altogether supreme ultimate truth, to the pacifying Dharma I prostrate. Having been liberated, they also reveal the path to liberation. Thoroughly respectful of the three higher trainings, they are a field of sublime qualities. To the Sangha I also prostrate. And then back to page 9.
Namo Nase Namda Ke Lama La Nase Ye Se Choba Mu Kamsa Yondora Da Sorwa De Kurwa Tongjo Se Jenje Lo Je Ye Je Norba Toke Je Masa Jome Yerbe To Kimbe Ye Je Ngadan De Zebe Dani Gade Je Andowa Jumze Rembo Che Dasimni Je Ngane Sorwa De Junye Je Ngande Jenje Lo Semdone Jeme Ananda De Londe Chugu Dobara Jenje Lo Jon Dende Tijin Yegba Nanda Jamba Yanda Bara Zobe Sanje Regba Dan Shabsen Denba Devara Yegba Jeten Chenba Jiben Du Kalo Jirwa Lana Meba Ladame Namje Tomba Nyame Shai Ji Jarboy Shaje Du Tema Meba Gowa Rabde Dode Kuwe Janza Loi Kanze Kanyi Azowa Jodan Je Sajen Dala Komba Duwara Ngane Jiden Dana Joje Son Deden Keba Jela Janza Gonga Joda Suzan Wa Ye Janzo Seje Lumbonda Antawa Jiden Sona Langye Wang Gomba Jonye Jela Janza Senjo Denba Jimin Dave Ye Sendon Dawa Jela Janza Lo Dere Chude Azoba Sonan Ze Nyamin Jenjen Jela Janza Lo Amen John Dewa Kalo Junze Jen Kunjura Jingwa Junze Deyen Ambo Jedan Ye Ye Lan Ke Ni Oi Shoba Dala Janza Angombo Toje Jeden Ba Tamche Jembe Domba Bo Sona Yonten Janso Shen Deyen Ye La Janza Tabe Doja Teve Je Gewe Nye Son Le Doi Shen Je De Tongdan Jojoro Shijura Chula Janza Lo Done Dure Alayan Don Laba Dala Rabdek Shinge Damba Yonden Je Gendu Layan Janza Lo.
And then page 15. I prostrate to the youthful Manjushri, to those in the worlds of the 10 directions, however many there are, all the lions among humans who appear during the 3 times, to all of them without exception, I pay homage with respectful body, speech, and mind. The force of my aspiration prayer for excellent conduct brings all the victorious ones directly to mind. Bowing down with bodies as numerous as atoms in the realms, I prostrate to all the victorious ones. In a single atom there are Buddhas as numerous as atoms, each residing in the midst of their sons and daughters. Like that, I imagine the whole Dharma Dhatu completely filled with victorious ones. To those with oceans of inexhaustible, praiseworthy qualities, with sounds containing oceans of tones of melodic speech, I express the qualities of all the victorious ones. I praise all the Sugatas with the finest flowers, the finest garlands, music, ointments, supreme parasols, supreme lamps, and the finest incense. I make offerings to the victorious ones with the finest claws, supreme scents, and fine powders equal to Mount Meru, all displayed in supreme and magnificent ways. I make offerings to those victorious ones. With vast and unsurpassable offerings, I venerate all the victorious ones. Through the power of faith and excellent conduct, I prostrate and offer to the victorious ones. Whatever negative actions I have performed with body, speech, and also mind, overpowered by desire, aggression, and stupidity, I confess each and every one of them. I rejoice in everyone's merit, the victorious ones of the 10 directions, the Bodhisattvas, the Pratyeka Buddhas, those in training, those beyond training, and all beings. I request the protectors, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, who, passing through the stages of awakening, attain Buddhahood beyond attachment, to turn the unsurpassable Dharma wheel. I supplicate with my palms joined together those who intend to demonstrate nirvana, to remain for kalpas as numerous as atoms in the realms, for the welfare and happiness of all beings. I dedicate whatever slight virtue is accumulated through prostrating, offering, confessing, rejoicing, requesting, and supplicating to enlightenment. So then back to 14.
Maybe 16 we can do the next time.
Okay.
Next session with Tibet.
Oh, okay. So page 16. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the 2 vehicles and their combination according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings.
Semje namje zomba dan loye jeroy jedo che joy de mo de ba ye joje ngolo godo so oi damge do je je re so do yen je mo do du je bon jom bo se je lun bo do wo je ve je je be ja la gu ja ze de me wo zhe to je jing wo de mo de xie je ngo je do dam je se bo gun jian chu je je men de gong ren chen gu ja ze wo mi chu je yang jia po zhang de du zong sang jie gun je ngo ni rang sum jiu gong sum dong ze be zai wei la mi xiao la gu jiang ze kan da jiu jiu dong jian jie dian na de xie long mo la jiu wa kang se da ten de dong bi chu jian jiu ren be ba san bu ren du wa tam jin de ye xie Namo la ye ge dans le dans de jie ge dong da da mi ye ge nam ne do gun je de ge je zong ba tam jie ge de da ge chu den du Good afternoon. Thì đã ngã zo khá chang thì nè đã cả đấy thì chế đồ chế cái tene cha judo ke tsongji la tene toni judo tang tiga na yi ke tene heji ke tsongji la tene ta namba tarwa jis tiga na yi ke tene ta hyabshi ke tsongji tene duwe ngopo he siyo re songwa.
So yesterday, where we left off in the teachings was on the discussion of how the 16 hands of Hevajra represent the 16 kinds of emptiness, how the 8 faces represent the 8 types of perfect freedom. And also, then what we also didn't get into in detail was how the 4 legs represent the 4 ways of attracting disciples.
어디 인도에 다 제탄 카상가 저디 다 넘버 타와 지 데이터 저히체 휴심바리 티니다 티나네야 넘버 타와 지데
기억이 말해와 가인스는 것저 설성성성.
that's okay. 다 제법면도 데 고금도 넘버 타와 지 데티네 티 당가당고문도 nga yorwadela 티 넘버 타와 지 텔라 티네 제탕다 숙전 소울다웨 남타탕 수미 소울다웨 남타탕 도비 남타라 소바테라 티네 야 something 탕보인바탕 티네 야 오 숙전 소울다웨 남타탕 수미 소울다웨 남타테 티네 카르세고레 something 탕보탕 니바 티네 탄다 카르세 도바 텔라 테네 something 히바이마다 티네 샤야케 요사레 티네 카짱가족
So something dampo the gaparpardu.
something 탕보 텔라 숙전 소울다베 남타타 수미 소울다베 남타스 탕보 들어와
Damboni. Okay.
티네 당 티가나 이게 티네 메도 Dukba, Medo Mari. Dukba de la something Hevajra, Tindi Ramanda Yosaris, Takata.
So dampo dampo tang nipa something dampore, then is sumpa something jipa reve.
No, Sumba de la something Hivala imba.
So something nipa tang sumpa gabardo.
That do Sukian Soul David Namtatan, Sumi Soul David Namtat, Namtat Penatini Yosaris,
So
something
the
Tambo
dampo nip.
something Tambo Nipa.
Dampo tang nipa. Okay.
Tiniti Medogba tela, Mado Dugba tela, Tinis and Hevajra, Tini Yosari, Katangi
So
Kala.
sumpa gabardo. Sumpa tang jipa. Oh. Okay.
Ina Tindi Yosari, Ina Yang Katan Labroa. Tene something hiki jela katanta tini namta nambatra ji de harata tini damanda yosares.
So tini chi inji ke la yube kain sananga kia me masong.
That they also can solely that way namta sumi solely that way.
Okay, it's all right. So then, where we left off talking about the 8 perfect freedoms, so he mentioned first. He said that these begin after the 4th stage of meditative concentration, or the 4th dhyana. But actually, he said.
I think either way, actually. You know.
Either way, another way of classifying them, he said, is that the first 2 of the 8 perfect freedoms, so the perfect freedom of form observing form, and the perfect freedom of formless observing form, occur during the 1st and 2nd dhyana, or the 1st and 2nd stage of meditative concentration. And then the 3rd, the perfect form of observing beauty, occurs with the 4th dhyana, or stage of meditative concentration. And then you go into the, with the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, and 8th, these, or 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, these correspond with the formless absorptions.
어디 다디 휴라 가서다 샵 히케 되네 손지 들라 되네 도웨고 보해 송그러와 다 도웨고 보해데다 원에 가서 심전게 장저 선바 남게게 되네 심전게 통제야라 되네 베마스비 케첨부 차디요레스.
So then, with the four means of attracting students, these are sort of manifestations that are meant to draw in, tame, and benefit beings.
다 텔레 카르세나 도웨고 보해데 통보 텔라 카르세나 되네 테르와 코버 짐바스 심지어 힘바달라더니 잘라더니 고나 짐바당그레스 테레스.
So the first of these four means of attracting students is to be generous, or through expressing or demonstrating acts of generosity.
테니다 태양한테네 짐바 다 좋으세네 짐바세야디 나저 태송레 계산 짐바 땅베게 tel라데네 나저 단다텔라다 롱주세야 소남세야 다담지라 근데 짐바 땅월레 중구요레라 제가 나이게다 좋은 거 심진 현라야 팬토야들라 간디지스는 코버 짐바 소리네 심진 강사 강시라 근데 가르고와요와 제가 나이고 짐바텔라야 데려와 ngopo tabi jimba songre ngopo tabi ki jimba jiya tala tene thambo ba jimba tango gres.
So it is said that in general, in abundant enjoyments and wealth or merit really is generated primarily through the practice of generosity. And then also, as a means to benefit sentient beings, as a means to benefit them or to delight their minds, also this is achieved through generosity. So often, for instance, like also material generosity, giving, actual objects or things, that are needed or desired, by the recipient.
Dineda nibade nyambar mawa zoneda nyambar mawa zongduji ta zo karsena ji semjen himbala tene ji pakechala bekala ji ningje ke thone tene katsanga zo hyuwa nagiri raya tene dewan donggen yimba ta hyang dewan donggen yimba raya me yimba hyang me yimba tene je ke thone tene ji ranzam no matangwa chine 심지어 힘발라 되네 지 코랑 가리고고요와 되네 지 코랑 게 드리기 토네 되네 고 센서리 되는 거저 냠발 마와지도 지 다책 도보트리 많이 봐책 주보 많이 봐 되네 책 잠보 드리기라 마야 마고레스.
So the second thing is to use, to speak kindly, or to speak in a way that is pleasant to those who are listening. So to speak pleasantly means, to speak gently and kind of affectionately with compassion in a way that, really brings joy and delight to the mind of the person to whom you're speaking. So, with mainly this kind of pleasant speech comes from, not thinking of oneself in conversation, but really wanting to speak in a way that delights, or that brings happiness or joy to the mind of the other. So, whatever it is that they need, that they desire, really sincerely wanting to make them happy or to bring them a feeling of contentment or joy. So not speaking in a way that is harsh, not speaking in a way that is, like harsh or hurtful, but really being gentle and kind with one's speech.
다 숨바들라 동조 바존 다 동조 바디 다 아직 인지 야 다 남람 뭐 자야 요사리 yina yang da ji zo tin sa re sam gdo kharsena bena khanza jigla ji khanza tel pa tun chi ne ro khanza tel ji ta sanji jumden de song do bena tambo khanza ti joba ta da korang ke di ji pan tumbo no 대가 나기 게 어태종래다 배나 강사 찍라 드네양 코지 벤다 레응아서 개겐도지 인비나로와 라만도지 인비나야 지 강사텔라 드네 추템 여보 메위나 드네 지 추템 송거리 스케치티 히라 예아요 말레스 가스노 코트 고베 제치나 고 콘로사스기로와 가스노 코 추템 여보 메위 좀 센텔라 데네 다테 많이 비고 개와 mambo 요라 수렴지 보마레 드네 지 짐바당야 알라 소바당야 닝제구미 알라 소보다 텐디게 지 코로나파 코로나게 당보 코로나게 심주당 tum바제게 토네 드네 지 개자테 바 당봉어 좀 tum보 세나리고 파도 차야기 치들라더니 텐디지 랍고비야서와 때마다 오다 저랑 베 미스테리 저랑 저랑 냠사도 스티라위나 드네 고 So
then the third one is that so the teacher should teach each. Oh, didn't data bukela gandere. Oh, dun chupa. Didn't dun tumpa las shetar yoma. Oh, okay. So then the next one is to act, the teacher should act in conformity with what he teaches, or essentially his words or his teaching should also accord with his own actions. Like he should kind of walk the talk, in other words, he should teach in accord to, what he himself upholds. So, for instance, what this means is that and like an individual, whatever his or their actions are, then they should also, their teaching should accord with that. So for instance, if there is a teacher who doesn't keep pure discipline themselves, but then they emphasize the importance of discipline, and that would be hypocritical. So therefore, a teacher who doesn't keep discipline shouldn't instruct others to keep discipline. So there are, in fact, many other forms or ways of practicing virtue. So if their own discipline is impure, then maybe instead they should emphasize like generosity or compassion, but not to instruct others in a way that they themselves are not practicing or don't uphold, that practice themselves, because then it becomes a contradiction. So, for instance, if somebody else is not keeping pure discipline, and then that teacher admonishes the person for, not keeping pure discipline, but their own discipline also is not pure, then that is inappropriate. So in this case, really, teachers' instructions should accord, with also, their own way of practicing their own actions.
Yeah. So also, I think even though there are some create negatives, right? Like for instance, we say, oh, maybe someone a hunter, or killing the animals, so on. So, all Lama or friends, we cannot say directly, oh, you are very bad, you are just hunting and you create the non-virtues. So that's not work. That's sort of like a greet him, that's okay, just, kind of you need the food or so on. Sort of first, like, become like friends.
But that's
okay. So that's that become friends. So then later on, slowly, become friends. So, sort of like many ways, So, yeah, I do. I was young. I create, negativities or whatever. More hunting and so on. but kind of slowly, they can change or other way, so like not talking about hunting is bad, not talking about hunting is bad. But other things, something which you stay, or maybe generosity is good, talking about how we can generosity or so benefit others. So that's kind of like bring the others. Otherwise, you said, oh, okay, you are wrong, you did bad things. They not work.
But this is really according, it sounds like, with the fourth, which is that he should teach the individual according to that person's needs. Rua.
Tene 다 하마데 통tum바 정도 tene 직다 갈래 가서 통tum바데 다 개베초다 tum바 개와던 tum바 오다 tene tene 직 고랑서 뭐 람가 강나야 레베나 tene 직 요로 담보데 가서나 직 off the 파티는 고 담보지 람가 강나야 로토야라 tene 답시 지구로 와.
So then that this fourth type of attracting students is by teaching the individual according to that person's needs. So skillfully bringing them onto the path of virtue, guiding them in such a way that they are easily kind of brought onto the path. Then off the path, Karilayan?
The auto party, so this put into the path.
So if they're not on the path, if they're off the path, then you guide them onto the path.
Right. And then working together, so then. 다 디칸다 디라 다 협해 세야들라 되네 협히긴 송지디 되네 그래서 두베고 보해 세야 차디요레스 다 대차 되네 다 디슈텔레 다 주버기도 베자다 힘마데 대신도서 흐르가 링에게 나네 에스 다 흐르가 여러 렉가 나네 칸조치 지나스 대 미주레게 흐르가 조체 동 좋은 진데스 된도 줘라서
라서
준생 강의 해나스 다 담보들 넣죠.
Oh, okay. So furthermore, then the text goes on to say, furthermore, which among the Herukas of the five families is the most important? So we hold that it is the Heruka of the Akshobhya family. Why?
Okay. Tene dorje 콜레스 윤생 가서 dorje 콜레 rinchen semni chechobi semjemi ding sanjemi number ingba mi bi nedone chiror churwa jungze me 해송 바다를 장지 풍부 나나네 남해지 풍부 조체와데스.
And so, as it says in the Vajranet, there are no sentient beings and no Buddha that exist outside of the jewel mind. The key point of consciousness is that there's absolutely nothing outside. Thus, among the five aggregates that are the ground of purification, the aggregate of consciousness is the most important.
Right, that's good. So, 장자 뇽몽바 nga요레스. 장자 뇽몽바 nga나네 해당 조체데스.
And among the five afflictions to be purified, aversion is the most important.
다 종지 가르세나 종지 되다 람 미추바. 다 가서 왕으로 나민 한배 왕랑으로 hunbe chuwan ke rek nga wang thang tene dorje lo pon ko wang thang dorje lo me wang tamchi chapji dun jo bi junde ji michu bi ke rek hir ge ngot chi ba os ta thonda de karsena ta michu bi ke rek de ta za chen bo res bena ta nga so de wang nang du hunbe ko wang go de michu ba ins de wa tene yin du ta zo karsena nga zo nyong mong ba ke ta nga na ne tene ta 해당대 조래 송도와 해당대 대파매 송도와 해당리 릭바치에서 지 공부해 현바트니 요사마로와 해당되고 릭바메 소바되고 가서 매송도 하는데 송도서래.
So then, so essentially what is, did I read that part? No, in terms of the path, which is what purifies, the empowerment of the water vase or the vase water of Akshobhya is applied as the pervader among all the empowerments, namely the empowerments of, or the, here it says in parentheses two, vase empowerments, namely the empowerments of the 5 families, the 5 Buddha families, the empowerment of the Vajra master, and the empowerment of the Vajra disciple. With regards to the fruit of purification too, the Heruka and Akshobhya family is what is actualized. So here it's saying, you know, that of the 5 families, mainly or most important or principal among these is the family of Akshobhya. Why? Because also in the 5, among the 5 afflictive emotions, the most important to purify, or the kind of like principal or the affliction is anger. As it says, as is said, there is no negativity like that of anger, and it, likewise, there is no forbearance, you know, as like that is like patience. So, in other words, like anger is the worst of all non-virtues, and patience is the greatest of like virtues.
디네 제렘지 고동네에서 다 이게 로고요. 제렘지 고동네에서 랑루 타메베 착화 현반도 비치도 예담제 라곰바 땡징 예담 라라 현반도 비치도 조람된바 인라다다 가장 휴자로와 대다 담지 제렘 히비 근조동네에서 베나 스타트 두두지로 다 제렘지 파도 질 통그로와 베나 네 베마타 니마 사원 용주소 럼바힌도 라지발라 제렘탕 티 진코르제 라예근 코로 남 조월라템 조원 인게게 안콜라템 안콜이야 사원라템 사원야 나달라 템바렘나 조네 동바 나 조람세 티니게 동도 차조 닌제게 냠레 종와오 어서
So then, in general, it is taught that the purpose of the generation process is to reverse attachment to one's ordinary body by meditating on the Yidam deity. And the perfection process, or completion stage, is to reverse attachment to the Yidam deity. So this was also mentioned yesterday. Regarding that, the meaning of the words generation process is that it is a process of generating the deity in progressive order, with first the seat, then the lotus, the sun and moon, the seed syllable, the letters, and so on. When the mandala's retinue of deities melt into the main figure, wait, where Bardu?
오다 티니텔라 메말라서 복곰바텔라 제렘 랍고요레스
Okay, so then, so that's the generation stage process before the melting into the dissolution. And then after that, then we have the dissolution. So then it says, when the mandala retinue, when the mandala's retinue of deities melt into the main figure into the mantra wheel at the heart, the mantra wheel into the seed syllable, and the seed syllable into the nada, they are perfected in the non-referential emptiness, and this is called the perfection process.
Perfection process.
This completion stage. It's another way of translating the completion stage.
대다리양스 다 제렘 당조람 티니 대다리양 다 제렘 당조람 개침보레 중국서와 대다리양 마통 로자와 추주 로주지 공백인 티네 라니 노네 예담케라 세동 순주경한테 튼쟁한테 제조 순주도 냠슬림비 제주 있는 것다 다 통다데 가르나 마통 추주 로로다 조 가르나 직 코랑키 냠래 조 제야들 가지네 제조 송통 주비 냠래들이스.
So then, thus, to practice in union the generation and perfection processes is in agreement with Marpa Lotsawa's intent. In this context, when one starts with the generation process, it is necessary for the very beginning, from the very beginning, to meditate on, or to meditate that subject and object are non-dual. They are natural emptiness. One should also practice in such a way that the mandala's deities that are pure yet apparent, the luminous part and insight, the naturally empty part, are in a state of indivisibility. And so this is the way that Marpa emphasized that generation practice should be done as not just generation stage yoga, but as the indivisibility or union of the generation stage and completion stage.
다 드니 다 지동 탕보리 지동 탕보 제렘탕 니발란 데바 손발라 조렘 헤발라 튼섬지 추 나발라 총고르탕 두발라 진세 스타티 다 나도 오네마 프랙티스 제야다 드니지 요레스 라부에서와 다 컨텐츠 노로와
So young child got go to Bayan.
다 드니 마 지동 탕보스 the first session. 오케이. 다 개면도 드니 다 개면 다 텔레카리 요르세나 탕보 제렘 구미야 요레스다.
Dini tanka gogundo la sopa.
No, that's the different. I think.
DJ la rebe.
네.
Okay.
다 딜라 공가서다 딜라가서다 컨텐츠도 오티 단 디나랑가서다 맨 들어와 스타트 치드 카르상 당보 제렘 구미 아까 콜라 테기레스. 드니 니파다 안다야 콜라 테기레스. 드니 숨파다 조랑 구미 아 테기레스. 드니 히팔라 튼삼다 튼삼 케추 카치고 하고 테기레스.
Chigiration lama shigiri.
Okay, that's here. You're really what that's what.
Oh, okay, that's
okay. Tene ngaba chok go take this. Yours.
Ngapa
chok. Tene chuba tela chok that time complete chok the jinsek jaga go take this. That the whole thing do love with.
So then here it goes on to say that actually the contents here, what it is that it is explained here or further along, are mainly, to begin with, about the generation stage, about, how to engage in the mantra recitation, then how to do the completion stage. Then fourth is how to practice in between sessions. Or in the post-meditation. And then fifth is on the Gana Chakra. And then six are the instructions for the fire puja.
Okay. 다 당보들 제렘 틀라스라고 다 당보 사티인서로다 지동 당보 스타트 티나요 사마와 the first main thing in that came in Tini luji hienban dobi chi to jenem gomba la stoe.
The gangla yoroa.
Yeah, tangi yeah okay.
The data lo sarian shimbache no la.
그제 tangi le yang jing do yoroa. 오기다 마시라 말이.
Dini the kain di la dini.
Okay. Lu 당보라 두비 초가 온도 좀 봐. 대여서 말아. 다 두바이 저 디스니아 저 당이 질 라송데 가서 돌마지 라마송.
De well dampo de la yang de la drupa po tingi gangsa gi pal je dorje june sungpatar wang kor tolne tangku Zeden raptu nebadang
Okay, this
dutsi
Okay, this
dutsi nge ribu La sobe.
that is the.
Chube you.
What that is, tell a young Dubabo Tenji Kansa or the Dubabo Tenji Kansa. The Jeju in the Sungbatar, one quarter topness, or that one quarter topness, what of it. Tini Tango Tsende wrapped the Nebatan, Dutsi, River Las of in Chobe Yoji, Sobala, Tutu, Chun Jam, Nazi, MB Kines, Dubabo Mendet, and Choba, Torma Som, Yamnet, and Devala, Chitung Jene, Moto Gom Zumbahins.
So to begin with, the practitioner who is a suitable vessel or a suitable individual who has obtained the empowerment, as explained in the glorious Hevajra Tantra, should have a correct tanka, which has been consecrated. They should have the offering requisites, such as pills of the 5 nectars and so on. And they should go to a solitary place, such as a charnel ground, or on the shore of a river, or to a forest. As it is said, the practitioner prepares a mandala, offerings, and 3 tormas, and he practices the sadhana sitting cross-legged on a comfortable seat.
Okay. That's good. So now, so you are the sadhana. So I think maybe not go the lineage pairs. That's okay. So not lineage pairs. So the armada gundala hana home face to it. Take us and Dutsiroa, no Juchina.
So then so if you have the sadhana, so the sadhana was passed out just now. So on page 8, there's the mantra for the blessing of the nectar, Om Vajra Amrita Kundale Hana Hana Home Pe.
I think we have the text, right? Or more text somewhere. Yeah, so also here, this, easy to understanding the lineage pairs, so just only lamas or lineage pairs, so that's we no need to explain.
You can make it so that you can see the...
So, what's the English page?
Page 8.
다 대인들 가서 다 초가 간디지 인비나야 당봉 가서 다 나주 칠라서야지 연구요래 드네 디휴랑 가서 다 도르마다야 스지 요르와 대인들다 단다 템디 나나 티니드 치면도 이나야다 디 다 가서 사다나 간디지 인비나야 드네 요레스.
So in general, at the beginning, so he said we're skipping over the lineage prayer because, the lineage prayer is very straightforward, so it's just, supplicating the lineage lamas. But in general, when it comes to like the actual practice, it's always the case with sadhanas that first you have the blessing of the inner offering, being like the nectar. And then after that, you have the first torma, the torma the torma is offered. And so these two always come first in any sadhana composition. Here it's not mentioned like this in the book, but that's generally how it's done. The Ningundro torma, the nang. Oh, Kimsa Garaja. Yeah.
The really tambo nanchu this chinap chigo gores. Then Tijilta dormala sopa yorwa.
So first you have the blessing of the nectar, and then you have the offering of the preliminary torma.
Da tambo de la omben the armada gundala hana home pe love the tachatanga so Pumbaji go yore da Pumbatela
So Ngedong,
Can you get the base?
can you give me the Pumba of a vase, this one?
The other one? The one without the deity, right?
Vase, here.
No, this one.
Vase.
Base.
Tiendita di ngaso nonchu kabala ji ngaso tan samding hen da wina samding hen nyamne chi na kabala nonchu dutse la dutini di ko kabala ji dutela sha go yores.
So if you're, for instance, if you're staying in retreat, then you need to have your skull cup and you need to have some nectar in the skull cup. And then as you cleanse, as it says, sprinkle clean water on the inner offering, you sprinkle vase water onto the
Right.
contents of the skull cup.
So this day we saying the Om Benda Armerda Gunda Le Hana Hana Hom Peace.
So he
So-
has a tiny little kapala. You can't see it, right? Maybe from where you are, but he has a tiny little kapala there that he's sprinkling the water
Correct.
onto.
And also this always normally we also offerings or whatever beginning like Om and the Armada Gunda Le Hana. So that's using this way, Sumba. So this sometimes Torma or sometimes Dutsi or sometimes like Man Torma. But then you like do this. So sort of like this kind of like, so Tibet called Cha, but you don't know the Cha.
So
But
they're
you get
making,
the number 8, you see?
in Tibet,
Number
they,
8 this way. Look
They-
the number 8.
figure 8, yeah.
Huh? Like this. Don. So Tibetan called Cha, right? Letter Cha.
Because it's the letter, there's a Tibetan letter where there are two circles that look kind of like a figure 8. So that's what they're doing is the drawing like the cha. But for us, it's like the same as a figure 8.
Yeah.
The circles are a little closer to each other, maybe. Right.
Om Benda Armeda Gunda Le Hana Hana Hom Peace.
So he was saying anytime you see, so often you'll see this mantra, Om Vajra Amrita Kundale Hana Hana Hongpe. So you always know that that means that you are blessing something with the vase water. So whether it's the sok or it's the inner contents of the kapala, the inner offering, or the torma, you're always going to be sprinkling whatever object it is with the vase water when you hear that mantra.
Tene ti hugla here Oma Sobawa Hyoda Sarvadharma Sobawa Hyoda Hans. Tene tazo Karsenanga to Oma Sobawa Hyoda Sarvadharma Sobawa Hyoda Hans. Tatis chik ti Karidanga Tandandela, Dutsidil Migiorwa. Dutsiki Zeke Tobatella Yam Magna tis chik a Karserota. Chik Tomba Nitan. Tene ke rankta long dan sem zone long sem de zundu chik karse gore yata hakoson long sem de lamna te la tambo tene this love.
So then we have the mantra the Swabhava mantra, Om Swabhava Shuddha Sarva Dharma Swabhava Shuddho Hang. And so with that, whatever it is that is, again, being offered here or blessed or what have you, the nectar or whatever it is being sort of purified into its original state of emptiness. So it's becoming the nature of emptiness. That's which is what it actually is. And that's what that mantra is the mantra of emptiness, which also is, he said, where like the wind and the mind are mixed into one.
Long dan sem nipola. Actually this, so sometimes it's difficult to explanation. But, so just kind of what we said, of course, the Umasobawa Hyoda Sarvadharma Sobawa, so that is kind of like pure emptiness, right? But not only that, your own So we said Omo so Bhava Hyoda Sarva Dharma so Bhava Hyoda. So then Likabet sort of paused or stop, and same time, and just kind of we call this the wind and the mind sort of together. But I don't know this very explained difficult. But anyway, so just kind of relax, like breathing normal. So sort of like together a wind and mind put together. So then this like sort of become like a bliss, just kind of rest.
It becomes blissful.
Right. So sometimes we have too much almost over here, so then it's just close meditation. That's we probably no need, But also like a focus, you said, like almost over here, so over here, not like that, so almost over here, the sarva dharma, and so over here, the
So there's a little pause.
Rest and pause.
And a rest there.
Okay.
Did you get that at the end of the Swabhava mantra?
인다 제당 거랑케 직추 담지 기트네 다때 다 하고 있어 다 하고 다 드네야서 동뱅안래 얌래롱 팅도와 so the English you say that.
So in the sadhana then, following the Swabhava mantra, you have from within the state of emptiness, from yam arises wind.
다 당보디 letter yam 이게 yam지 samotang 그래스.
So first we think of the letter yam.
Okay, this lot of going on here, okay. Challenges too. So the yam, yam ngomboji yores.
And the yam is blue.
And the yam dissolves chagres, melt like wood hiwandoji.
And then that yam melts into light.
대치는 양초를 가르쳐 그랬으나 다 나감라고 하문.
And sort of transforms into a half moon.
So this is not that good, but I don't know if you guys can see or not, but that means
It's the one on the bottom. So there's a half moon. You see here, there's the on top of the half moon is a triangle. So the half moon is there at the bottom.
half moon, but this is not right either. So half moon, and then like sometimes right there we have cheese. Circle, this kind of cheese. Then we cut like half. Half. Then half you cut side. There is again the letter yam.
So it's like three-dimensional. And there's it's like a wheel of cheese is cut in half, and in the cut wall of the cheese, the cut side, there's this syllable yam.
Yam. And then this the end, the two side, is sort of like a flag.
In the two corners, they're bellows, like flags.
So then this the yam, right?
So that's what yam becomes.
Yam, that yam jingko yam, that long jingko.
And that's what it is. It's a mandala of wind.
Right. Also, I think this is representative. Right now, it's kind of maybe we think it's small one. But also, Zambaling Tambo Chabikala, Tenu Tanga to the walking long Jaram Lavdoa. Tene long Jaram, that Tanda thing to that long Jaram Tangoni, Teen Saris on the Garazamna Tanda Tikarsa. Gravity.
Gravity. So. So, also, in Buddhist cosmology, they say that at the beginning of the creation of a world system, the first element that appears, the first thing that appears is the element of wind. And it appears in the form of a crossed Vajra that spins and sort of creates a force that holds everything together. And so he thinks actually that's the same as gravity.
같은 티 롱티 기티네 다 gravity sem기 요러와 테마도 이게 기시 롱티 미위나 되네 톤로 그러와 다 gravity 미위나 가서다 그러면 사운드 그러와 점블링 그런 게지지 토르스 그러와
So if there isn't this element of wind, then everything would just disperse. Like there wouldn't be anything kind of that holds things together. Everything would just burst apart. And so that is maybe like this force of gravity that keeps, which is sort of that fundamental force that, if it keeps us, for instance, on the earth, stuck to the earth.
다 딘디지 다 딘이 가리데 갈라도 from the within the state of the emptiness from the yam right arise wind 어데 다들 from ram fire 라도 어다 람레 메 양 람직 som도 얘가 람직
So then you think of this syllable ram.
right okay ram 다 람도 되네 우트 효르다
And then that ram melts into light. Kado marbore la gogre.
되네 양아지디 양 람도 소 우트 효바 되가나 가르쳐 버리 람나 되네 단 triangle umberboji chabare
So it's a red ram. It melts into light, and then what it becomes is a triangle, which
ram
is
triangle
a ram triangle,
Right.
which is like it becomes the hearth
so this
or
is,
the
I don't remember
tripod
what
of
this,
skulls.
this red this is like triangle 다 triangle 대 가서 가 존도 위나다 베나 카초 땡기로 카초 땡디 대 제가 졸로 요와요레스 pounding
And it's flat. So I mean, it's three-dimensional, but it's flat. But it's facing us, meaning that the point is facing towards us. Urebe. Yeah.
되네 디지들 람지 요레스
And in the center of it is a ram.
다 람지디 다 되네 정로다 오마 홍도
And so then from Om Ahung appears a tripod of skulls.
다 된디 옴 아홍 텔라 되네 다 가서 단다 까발라 총바레스
And so this triangle of Om Ahung becomes the stand for the Kapala.
right sorry this so this kind of like every time is interesting this here is so like first letter and then they melt and become so this first Oma Ahong right then Oma Ahong they melt 다 Oma Ahong 도 어떻게 그래
So they melt into light, the syllables Om Ahung.
다 되네 저 가르쳐 버리려나 되네 명고기 다갑 데스컬 갑 제프노데 the triangle relative ko something chabares
And so then those syllables Om Ahung become a tripod of human heads that are the base for the skull cup. So these heads, these skulls, are in each of the three corners of the triangle.
okay so do you have some questions you regard it or not
Is it Dini kung kapala yang gare yoba hago yomarawa? Kapala gare yoba hago yomare?
kabala kawayo ba
No, gare yoba hago yomare.
kabala nangla
No, di gare de kapala gare de hago yomare.
Really?
Kung yang di sigzola data kapala tago achakson.
ri kabala ti karsena kabala se yating ato kabala dirawa skar kap
So the kapala is the human, like the skull, the human skull, and that's the vessel for the nectar. No, the nectar is
no kabala are like this kabala already cut it
So it's a ritual substance for the practice. So you see, like sometimes you see, for instance, we have like the big kapala, like when
Maybe
he
you can
gives the
bring the big kapala.
empowerment. And there's the wine inside, and he passes out the wine. So that's the kapala. Same thing with nectar inside. And when you do the practice, you have your own little kapala with some wine or nectar, something inside for the nectar. And that's what this first section is blessing that substance, which becomes a substance in the practice. Does that make sense? Sort of.
Okay, maybe this is a good example. Okay, so right, and also rectangles there, right? Bottom rectangle.
Show them the skull part. Cover them on three sides. Go to the top of your head.
It's upside down. If you were dead,
Eventually, right?
about half of your skull, and you flip it around.
Ah, the skull cat.
Okay, basically we have something cooking, So then it's, in order to cook, we have wind, have to have wind, have to have fire, have to have like a tripod, right?
A hearth.
Okay.
So that's
now
what the
we
tripod
sort of
is,
like,
is a hearth
in order to cooking something
or
here.
hearth.
Okay, so now so the specific, so now we prepare preparation. So now we have wind, so now we have fire, now we have the three skulls. What
The
is it?
skull,
Like a
hearth, yeah,
tripod.
the tripod.
Right? And then,
So this is perfect because it's a three-dimensional representation. So at the bottom is fire and there's the tripod, hearth. The idea is just that there was like fire underneath that, right?
다 텔레카리고서 다 가서디 디어다 메요레 롱요레 타파리어와 다 티거나 노지 고고레 노.
So we have the fire, we have the hearth, we have the wind. So then we need the vessel. So like here in our meditation, we haven't yet gotten the skull cup vessel, which is the final piece.
다 칼라도 다 저런 데 티다. 칼라도.
So then it says,
Okay.
within
Tripod of
that,
skull.
so in Ah, then above the tripod appears Ah, which turns into a vast and spacious skull cup, white on the inside and red on the inside, white on the outside and red on the inside.
All right. So now this one, like the skull cup, like up, or like
Overturned, yeah, like
overturn.
or skull, like a cup.
다 뒤인데 가서 데 치가라. 나마르와스.
And so inside is red, outside is white.
단델라티스타 삼삼랑 가서 텔라고요레 대와ken 손지 텔라 되네 나마르보레라고 그래.
And sometimes they say it's red on the inside because that represents bliss.
칠로라 마르보 임바텔라 되네
Or chilola karpoimba.
칠로라 깔보 임바타 동반 송고요레스.
And then white on the outside represents emptiness.
Sometimes opposite. So
But sometimes it's the opposite. So.
okay. It depends how people like. 다 티인두 다 텔라 까발라테 다 베메시비 한 사야 그 giant. 베메시 쳔보레스.
So extremely vast, like giant, very big.
삼삼라 똥솜지 똥쳔보라다 지티베데 나서베데 the universal 참아 흉로야 까발라테니 인시그레스.
So sometimes they go so far as to say it's the size of the 3 billion-fold universe. So meaning it's like an immense skull cup that encompasses the entire universe.
다 텔랭가서 샤탕 요레스 가서 늘 샤기유나 까발라게 늘 총가서 가서야 땡고 요레라 티니 트라이앵글 shop the pointing 가서 땡고 요레스.
And so when we have the Kapala, we want it to be the point, or like the brow to actually be facing us. So the point of the triangle should be facing us.
Okay. 오케이, 다가서 매 요리, 노 요리. 다 칼고 다 칼라로 그러와.
So we have the fire, we have the wind, we have the vessel. So then we need the food.
오케이. 다 칼로 그렇지나 루야.
So then the question is, what is inside?
Okay. So I have question. So then, so what is this? We said 5 meats. We need.
The fire. Okay.
You're asking, what is the five flesh?
What
Yeah.
are the 5 meats?
So human, right, elephant?
Yes. No, that's true. Yeah. Go ahead. Keep going. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, 2.
I don't know anymore.
Fourth.
Horse?
Whoop.
Okay, cat. Okay,
No, not cat. Dog.
Somewhere in here there's a cat. That's a reference.
Yeah, not in the 5 meats.
Yeah, I think so.
No. Cow.
Cow?
No, that's chi or what chi.
Chi. That's dog, not cat.
Oh, sorry, sorry. Okay.
It's not even better than a dog.
What is cat or dog?
Dog.
Okay. So now 4. I think 1 is missing.
No yaks.
No yaks. But eat all the time. Yeah, beef, okay?
Cow.
So that is 5 meats. So are you counting again? Human, elephant, cow, dog. Okay. Right. Okay, that's meat. Okay.
Not gonna be vegetarian.
So we are not vegetarian, okay? So now I think we have to put in these 5 nectars. What is that? Huh? Okay, poo-poo, okay.
Feces.
Huh? Okay, blood, yes.
Urine.
What's that? Urine, okay, urine.
Feces. Yeah. Yeah.
Semen, I believe.
Okay. 3. Huh?
Brains. Yes.
Brain. Then what?
It's like Indiana Jones in the temple.
You said somebody's blood?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, count
Yep,
again.
blood.
What?
Blood,
Blood,
brain,
brain, semen, urine, poop. Okay,
And semen. That's all 5. Yeah.
okay.
Mixed in with some elephant and dog meat. And a giant head the size of 3 universes.
All right. So now the candy you ordered, huh?
I am not coming on Sunday to the bar.
Okay, so now, so would you explain? So that
Okay.
the like yanko direction you ordered is kari kari yung gyo.
So they're placed in the skull cup according to like directions, as if like, so if the point of the head is facing toward you, that is east. So first of all, in the center is human meat and urine, and then to the east, which is what is closest to you, is the is
Oh, sorry, so
feces.
that, also we
feces.
forget.
Oh, wait.
So main thing is we forget the 5 here. Okay. So you read Hong, Bam, An, Zain, Kam.
So those are the syllables. So like each of the syllables is connected with one of the five meats or the five nectars. And it should be said that these syllables are different. In Chakra Samvara, you have the same
No,
thing.
this
This-
like the across this Hevajra.
Right, the syllables are different in Chakra Samvara than, yeah.
So this is same. Mam, lam, pam, bam, tam. 다 네 영득 쥐틀라. 되네. 야만 영득 나틀라. 되네. 영득 become or five meat or whatever.
So there are these 10 syllables essentially, and they become, but actually I have to look at yours because I didn't write it all. They become the five meats and the five
What do you mean?
nectars.
This one?
Yeah. And so in the, Hinayang sha garayo batuyo marawati dusi mato. Oh, no, I see. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have, yeah, page 8. So within the skull cup, hung, bam, ang, jim, or zim, and kam. So hung is in the center. So these are first are the nectars, right? So hung is in the center, and that is urine, or there's urine marked with hung. And then boom is in the east, which is feces. So that's the one that's kind of in the point that's at the skull cup, in the point of the skull cup, which is facing you. Ang
It's north.
is in the north.
And the
No,
cement.
it says.
Yes.
That says
not
west.
west.
Yeah.
West.
So Ang is in the west, which is on the other side of the,
that's
like the
okay.
other end of the Kapala. Ang, which is semen, and west. And then Zim is the south. So to, like if you're looking at the skull cup, it's to the left, which is blood. And then Kam, which is north and is to the right of the Hong, is brains. And then, do you want me to say the meats?
Yeah.
And
I think
then
you can say the center, bam, me here, this the here, no, thinking lila sarwa.
yeah, yun yung kung so kaparyo pa hakogi yun namin, but it doesn't matter. Then lam,
No, lam,
no, it says,
bam is center.
oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so then bam is in the center, which is human, human meat, and then tam is in the north or northeast, which is horse. So the meats are in the four ordinal directions. So horse meat is in the northeast, and then pam, which is in the northwest, is elephant meat. And then mam, which is in the southwest, is dog meat. And then lam, which is in the southeast, is cow meat.
So now is we that they explain it the kambut ombotela or that explanation and sorry tene da dila da techigiwa in I think for most important part the kandla wala na tanga sanga chula tangi katala biorwa sanga chudela khari yore sena ta ngazoji ki ta sanga chu chigo mare ngazong kurwale tarwar chibala biggest obstacle kharjin tarjugo mare obstacle sure rawa samnotana so chagna chade yores.
So he spoke a little bit yesterday, this is important in this context, about this kind of coded language of secret mantra. And it's important to understand that, at the heart of this is that we are trying to get free from samsara, where we are seeking liberation from suffering. What is actually our biggest obstacle to freedom? or our biggest obstacle to liberation from suffering, it is the mind of attachment and aversion.
대인도 다 단다 상악 should focus 가르치기 어려lam나 ordinarily la 가르라고 어려lam나 okay not the name okay right now name 메인텔라 지 향아 도스가라도 다베 힘본다고지 도스가도 다 nectar 힘본다고지 race로
So, like when we say the 5 meats and the 5 nectars, like, oh, that sounds like really delicious, right? Nectars, ambrosia, and the 5 meats. But
이내 양다 가르리 5 meat 가르리 5 nectar 가르라도 다 ordinarily 자와니네 다 쪽바 임바 도보 임바 다 수제기 락반 창야 메죠 수제기 사야 메죠 다 틀리 누가 나오지 다 요 말이 나오다 지 차도 요레스
But actually, when we look, what are the 5 meats and 5 nectars? They're like the most disgusting substances that no one would really, nobody would want to eat, right? Like it's completely, like, not even considered edible.
보다 대인들 다 텔레카스는 가서 상악 추어도 양네로와 든디제 가서 넘버 똑바데 다 도보레 쪽바레 삼바 대당 다야 양베가라 니마직라 가서 대양한테는 직 쪽바도 도보케 남토메바 다 뭐니 직 whatever delicious you like food 대양한테는 텔레양직 착바메와 든디케 니수직 데레스
So with the practice, the training of secret mantra, we're overcoming like our ordinary concepts of attachment and aversion. So like what we normally, like the kind of most coarse representation of like what we consider to be bad or undesirable, these substances, for instance. But when we practice secret mantra, then we kind of purify our habits of grasping at things as, good and bad, or positive and negative, or pure and impure. And so, so the result is that which we would, at one point where there was aversion, there's no longer aversion. At one point where there was attachment, even like the most delicious food that you were attached to, you have more an attitude of equanimity. There's no longer attachment there.
That didn't to check this. That's one thing.
So you just said that in English. That's one reason, one thing.
And secondly, 카르람나 다 딜랭아서디 까발라들라 가장 콘티와 나기리 고 마다 비킹올라 뇽몬바가 임바다 다뱅올라 야와링아 차기요레스.
And then the second reason is this kind of, that like from the perspective of like the impure, these are, and the substances of the Kabbalah are the impurity of the 5 afflictive emotions, but from their purified aspect, they are the 5 wisdoms.
디인디 카르세나 다디 wisdom 디 카르세나 가서 담보고니 wisdom 차요 말와 이는 가서 뇽몬바데 이는 뇽몬바데 자네 와 뇽몬바 자네 냠네 치네 티네 가서 자와링아 차기요로 와 텐나 이게 지 베나 루노오이나 단디 디 마상마 상마 루나를 요로 인다 텐나 이게 상마 차야다 대가 나기 가서 니게 단다디 오너리리 디 마상 완데리 라도 다디 워네 통고다 간디스 상마 소기요와 티네 뭐니 이히기도 간디스 차기요와 다디 질이요레스.
And so, but through practice, as we practice, then there is purification that occurs. So what happens is what we experience as like an afflicted, the painful experience of the afflictions actually becomes transformed, and once there is purification, instead that energy becomes the display of the five wisdoms, and the body also becomes purified. So like where we like ordinarily identified with or ordinarily identified with like an impure body of flesh and blood, through the practices of the generation stage, then the like form becomes the pure form of the deity.
다 가르쳐 그래서 다 단다 다 back to the we have Kabbalah, right? So 다 Kabbalah tela 가르쳐나 Kabbalah tela 다 메요와 메요레 롱요레 Kabbalah 요레 가베 Kabbalah 티케 나라 테니 다 샹아 요레 드츠가 요레스 다 대표질라고 해서 다 가버려 뭐 빼못 차기도.
Yeah.
So now we have like fire, we have the wind, we have skull cup, and then it's all the substance in the skull
Inside.
cup, like 5 nectars, 5 this, whatever it is, 10 different things in the skull cup. So then this we start fire, and then wind to blow up. And
Or
then-
blow the wind, the
Wind.
wind stirs.
And then this toba like kind of heat up, and then the cooking. So like cook, boiling, and then this the kind of overflow, right? Overflow.
It overflows.
Overflowed, or the impure substance, like overflow, go away.
So as it overflows, what kind of the froth that bubbles up and comes outside are all the impurities. So it separates like the impurities in the form of it bubbling, and then the froth comes and like overflows.
Right, and then also he has a ha ho re ste. That he get in it. Zama chagyore.
So the when with the syllables ha ho ri, where is ha ho ri?
Yeah, ha ho.
Oh, okay. So with that, then the substances have become that separation has happened, and then the substances are become purified.
Dan di na la mendo di na ngata dem jo to na yore tel nam le chi number asola dengan hong kan sem go to dem ba wada de le yosare de do ina ta nga to te chi ni chilo la pa chama hyu ne ro be chama da ma chama we chama ton da ngone ki chi di na la du chi chama ji te ne ko ta ka ba la ti ge na hu dem tem do ji cha res.
So then when the impurities are, separated or overflow, and like what remains inside is completely pure, and the nectar itself, becomes this primordial wisdom nectar that is really bright and luminous and sort of, endowed with brilliance.
But actually in the text here, so you can read page 10. So we can look at the page 10, read.
Do you mean
10.
page 9?
Or I don't know.
Maybe, we might have a different text, I think.
Just read.
Yeah.
Okay. The Tenam Jeki Chi can number Sola Dewa and Dachi Durji Zemu La Go Torta Dembala Chungwe Lonke Me Bara Toba to Hanga Dutsunang Por Oma Hong Le Wu to Dachi Durjet on Jibara Yiki Dutsi Chor Nisumi Bar Chors.
So it says, their outer appearances arise as Om, their life force as Ah, and above appears an inverted Hung with a crescent moon Vajra at its tip. The wind stokes the flames, the skull heats up, and the 5 meats and 5 nectars start boiling. Light emanates from Om and Ah, and wisdom nectar drips from the Hung with the crescent moon Vajra. Thus the two become non-dual. Om Ah Hung. Finally, the Hung with the crescent moon Vajra melts into the wisdom nectar.
다 단기 그런 교환하기 땅에서 melt. that dutstipe udeme chagrowa udeme chabe kabla da deletri do tin dachi dorje lagdo dawa yowa tigan dorje yowa tene tanda de demjot zoina khadam karwa khadam ka 제목 토도 소와라와 카담 카데니 카담 카데 다 단데는 다치 도르제티 오다 등에 단 텐데 다 대상 방거래
So this
당보다
so-
오데메 자가 총송 당게 쪽바 장마 오데메 지나데네 탐색 기도츠와
So the nectar becomes this radiant, luminous, brilliant nectar, and then there forms or there appears above it this a moon with a Vajra on the moon. And in Chakrasambhara, it's a Katvanga. It's an inverted Katvanga, which is like an upside down Katvanga, with the points facing the nectar.
이는 다 단단 다치 도르제 다 테니테네 다치 도르제테 도치나라마 직주 그래 땅 사오유나 람상코나 다 다치 도르제 melt 차그레스
But then from the steam, like the crescent moon with the hung, with the inverted hung or with a vajra at its tip, then it drips into the nectar.
오다 테인두 다단 다치 도르제 티나 휴디티니 이헤 기도치다 티나나 차버테 탐색 기도스탄 이헤 기도스니 이얼메원 레송마지
So what that becomes, like as the Vajra, the hung with the Vajra drips into the nectar, this becomes the merging of the wisdom nectar and the Samaya nectar. So they merge and become non-dual.
테네 다 이헤 기도스 차버레스
And then it becomes really like, consecrated as primordial wisdom nectar.
Okay. So now we late, so we can maybe. Yeah, 20 minutes break. Okay.
Is the crescent moon on the home or on the Vajra?
This moon in the Hevajra, yes.
No, the dagam dinda draw yo sarwa tini kari the hung the o larve tini dinda tri do integral.
야채 노제 홍당 쉐파.
Oh. 다치 도르지 홍당지 바이.
We must have a diagram from Carl.
Maybe represent a home, but I think it in dachi dorje, form of the half dorje and the crescent.
Half dorje?
Yeah. Dachi dorje lagdo nawa chepangas the Saint Mandala yoron dachi dorje.
Oh, so one thing you can think of is, that's how I was thinking it probably was. So there's like if you remember the Sam mandalas, and they're in one section, they're like in these corners, they always draw like a crescent moon with a half of Vajra. I think it's kind of coming out of it almost looks like a drikok, right?
And dachi dorje.
It almost looks like one, right? Eric, do you know what I'm talking about?
It's like you have
Yeah.
a half moon.
And then a half of Vajra
Yeah,
coming out.
inside the moon.
But I think on the inside part of it.
So
The Vajra is
the
rising.
moon is on the bottom, and then there's half of a vajra coming out.
Like this. This is the crescent moon, and the fist is the Vajra. Right? Drupan, like that.
Rebel Alliance and Star Wars.
I don't
Yeah,
know
here
Star
they say the
Wars.
crescent
But it's
moon.
like this, right? With the. No, he said it the other way. Oh, it's upside down.
Upside down, yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
inverted.
then this the dripping in the scar
The
cup.
point is from the point, it's dripping
And
into
then
the
dachi
skull cup.
dorje. So this jaga samvara is exactly same, but jaga samvara is kadanka.
It's the Kadvanga.
Kadanka
And the
male.
points of the
And then this
Kadvanga.
yihe kidutsi, samaya dutsi, and yihe kidutsi. So interesting, so these kind of connections here. So we said, this, in the meditate, right? In the meditate, and then this connection, our mind and the Buddha mind, they kind of connections. So merging. So they also same thing like here, the samaya substance is not like ordinary hour, right? Samaya substance means, so we create, we put together, So that's not wisdom nectar. And then, so we put like whatever this kadamka or mu and Hevajra, and put then this we call wisdom nectar. Samaya nectar, wisdom nectar, inseparable. And also exactly this is same thing. This is your empowerment time, during the empowerment, right? Okay, you visualize your, like, for example, or Jaga Samvara. So that's a Samaya being. And then we invite whatever Pure Land, from Pure Land, Jaga Samvara, and the Jaga Samvara dissolves to you, and then you become your Samaya being and the wisdom being separable. That means you and whatever Yidam deity, or you and Buddha become inseparable. So here, same thing. First we think about this like impure, this and that, yucky things. But then we purify everything, and then this we can create like purifying, we purify, right? So this cook, whatever, fire, so on. And then we merge it into the wisdom nectar. So this completely become nectar. So I can doing easy this Hevajra and okay, so we can look a bit. Actually, not much
Can I ask you a quick question?
time. Okay.
Real quick. So I've been under the impression Samaya is vows. But now I'm reading further. So Samaya exactly in this context is what?
Oh, yeah. So the Samaya being and the wisdom being is not like ordinary Samaya. So when you hear Samaya, like Domba Dawa. So Samaya Dika Lagarere.
Tanda Samaya.
Benad Samaya Simba.
Samaya, Chetan Samaya sina kare la pore.
Mare Kongi de Samaya Sewadi Domba Re Samsung Inyang Data Chi Damsek Yeshi Dang Yeshi or Damsek Dutsi Dang Yeshi Dutsi Nime Gyurgi Urawa. Tini Dika la Damsek Dunda Garere.
어다데 직발에 탐색지리 ngazo Samaya de 다 단다 del라 ngazo 이해 그두스 조르이나 되네 고 탐색이스.
So it isn't actually different.
thing.
It's really like the same thing, because that is the Samaya, is like that when the as in vow, is when the wisdom, when the nectar merges with the wisdom, or no.
No. So this is okay. We keep purifying. That's a Samaya too, and also with something take refuge, right? So I keep the Samaya. So basically, I working on. Samaya means I working on.
But technically, we
So this we purifying those things you're working on, and also you said you take refuge. You're not killing or not stealing. So that's a sort of we call Samaya. You can keep, I'm not stealing, I'm not lying, So that's keep. So this kind of like a.
So what he's saying is, so first you need this background, which is that often there's this language, we say the Samaya being and the wisdom being, or in this case, the Samaya nectar and the wisdom nectar. So the Samaya nectar is the nectar you're building, like the nectar that you have built either through visualization here, essentially, right? And then the wisdom nectar is like from the source, like the ultimate source, wisdom, nectar, and those two are merging and becoming indivisible. And we do the same thing when we're meditating on ourselves as the deity. The deity that we're visualizing ourselves as, we call the Samaya being. And then we invite the wisdom being, from like the pure realm of Akanishta, they come and they merge and become non-dual. So there are these terms. But he's saying that it's kind of the same, right? Because the Samaya is something that we're working, like our vows or what he said we're working on. We're working on like keeping the pure this and that, right? And so that's the same in a sense, when you're building your form as the deity, or you're building the nectar, the visualization of the nectar, that meaning of samaya has kind of a twofold
Right,
meaning
right. So
there.
interesting. So this exactly same way, so samaya. So we just kind of nectar, right? So sort of like look like outside, nectar. Okay, this is pure things. Then we just doing and purifying, it become nectar, right? So sort of like kind of imagination look like external thing, but also similarly is on. Okay, I take refuge. That's purifying. So whatever, and then so top of that, okay, this I'm not killing, right? So that's you purifying the body. So like similarly, okay, first you this body as the non-virtues, and so then you I'm not killing. You did something like your motivation. So that means you're purifying a lot, tremendous. And also, like for instance, the speech. So even though like you're thinking, like one moment, okay, I really not lie, So that's kind of purifying the speech. So kind of same way we say, okay, this nectar, okay, they are fire, and this and that, a boiling, and then this, they purifying, they become nectar, kind of similar. So we kind of individually, whatever the Dharma activities, you can study, meditation, or practice, or whatever you do virtue-wise thing. So every time purifying. Eventually, whatever wisdom, being or wisdom, whatever nectar, then you're completely pure. So that's in Latin.
I'll say my next question.
Yeah. There's a lot to it.
Let's get to start.
When did you get these tests? I mean, when did you receive them from, or get the?
Like maybe a week and a half ago.
I got this. This is different from that. Not by very much, but it's.
What is the other? Oh, the one you had from before. There probably have been
6 months ago.
changes. Yeah. Continuously changes, it sounds like.
I have like 17 different tests.
Sure, it's not
Hey, Virginia, not to take away your break from it. So when we're visualizing, you say like visualize by yourself, then eventually by yourself it dissolves into me, right? So that dissolving into me is the union of the non-dual aspect where I'm no longer separated.
Yeah, but actually, what you were talking about before, like, because that language of wisdom being and samadhi being, that even happens before, I think, with what because you have following the sadhana, and you have bodhisattva visualized on top of your head,
Yeah.
and then the light rays stream out from his heart and invite the wisdom being, who returns and dissolves into bodhisattva, and they become non-dual. But then, at the end of the practice,
Yeah,
bodhisattva
the seed
dissolves
syllable
into
sends
you.
out like to
Right.
turn into.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then at the end, it happens that he dissolves into you, and then you become the essence of bodhisattva.
Okay.
So everything merges eventually.
Everything merges. Okay.
Yeah, but does that, I mean, it will start to, I think.
Oh, little by little, just like little nuggets of information kind of put the puzzle together.
휴거보는 휴인원의 휴티요 휴말와. 그것은 휴소탄으로 오지 요래라고.
Oh,
Che
re.
bolo ti oro.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Om Bendara Do Samaya Mani Balaya Om Bendara Do Dino Ba De Do Me Bawa Sudo Kayo Me Bawa Subo Kayo Me Bawa Hanara Do Me Bawa Sarva Sede Me Bayansa Sarva karma sudame jede shirya guru hong ha ha hu bhagavan sarva tadanga dhambandara mame mandamendra bhava mahasamaya sadhu
다 디인들이 당가도 단다 다 상하게 다 냠렌치야 게다 조 체쇼디 단다 까발라 나축 까발라 차디 요레스.
So one of the most important aspects of secret mantra Vajrayana practice is this aspect of like the kapala and the nectar.
디인들단 대야 되네 다 가리지 갈세고다 직상아 냠렌치야 게다 갈세고래 다 락자세나 칸다 배주 지야디 다 까발는 차디 요레스.
Oh, one of the most important tools or hand implements and secret mantra and the practice of secret mantra is a skull cup, kapala.
hand
I mean, tool.
tool. So for instance, 다 당보 가서 초안으로 동비 까블라 간동 걸세나 되네 늦지 진질라고 요래 늦지 진지 수일라고 그래라나 네 까발란데라 늦지 진질라고 요러와
Wait, got it?
당보 가서 늦지 진질라고도 와 늦지 진질라도 된다 동고 요래스 네 진질라고도 와 되네 디슈글라 가서 또르마 동고나 양 또르마텔라 되네 네 진질라고 와
So it's like first you're consecrating the nectar, with this, or you're blessing the nectar. And then that becomes a basis for blessing everything else. So when you bless like the torma and so forth, then that is also done with the nectar once the nectar is consecrated. If not, then yeah, I don't know.
So we actually this the Vajrayana, so or whatever secret mantra we have practiced here. So we the offering to Dutsi. So this make like the Dutsi this nectar, and after that we called like Dorma offering, right? So Dorma offering, or sometimes we call the beginning Dorma. Actually, there is I think the long sadhanas. Several different dharmas, like first the beginning dharma, and then this similar consecration, like 5 nectars, 5 meats, whatever this, a blessing by.
Oh, we do it in the same way.
Same way. And then in the main practice, also there is like, I think not inner dharma, but there is something outer dharma. And then same thing, this blessing, this one. Consecration like this way, done the 5 nectars, 5 meats. And then we do the chok offerings, right? So chok offerings, so yes, we have like different collections, substance choks. How we can consecration is same way.
With the same visualization and recitations and everything. So it repeats again and again with all of the different substances.
Tini ta nga tan back to the tan nga cha yo marwa. Ta dila kabala dela karsena da kabala tangi cha chang cha cha du thambo dela tene tezong re jang to person se ya ji yores.
So with this, there's three processes that occur with the nectar, which is the cleansing, sometimes what is literally translated as realizing, but might, in other words, be like purifying, and then increasing.
Tini ta nga tangi contribute somewhat cleansing de cha. Cleansing chi cha yorwa.
So we've done, once we've finished the cleansing.
The secondly perwa se ya de ta.
No, tokpa.
Sorry, tokpa de tangi nga di ndachi dorje ma san yi hidus cha yorwa. Tela tokpa la yores. Yi hidus in de batala.
Yishidutsi Driwa. So actually, the realizing, or another way to say it is like, well, it's like when the nectar becomes the wisdom nectar. So then damsik dang yeshiba nidu gyurwe ki kapla chagi yorbe.
Ni da tichi gor te ta la iman dachi dorje.
So like that visualization
hidus cha yorwa.
just now, right, where the Vajra, the Hung, or the half moon with the Vajra and the Hung are dripping into the nectar, and it becomes then primordial wisdom nectar. So it's like the consecration, kind of. That is that second quality or function, which is realizing or consecrating.
Ta thama de la perwa ta kharsena nga su yihi ki dutse safa mi bi ki yihi ki dutse chabarwa.
And then the third one, which is increasing, is that then it becomes like kind of limitless, undefiled primordial wisdom nectar, inexhaustible.
Da increasing de tene ta dutse te yang tene dutse la gdo dutse te la tene kharse gore rangin jambo yimba shimbo yimba doxe yimba rognarwa yimba ta khanda yang jig samji mi je bi ki dutse ti tene jig thanglen de ba tene yo ne tene ta jig ta nga chung choba kharchine ta lakja ya koncho somla sangje dang changcho somba dang tene lama dang yedam dang pawon khandro dang tiga na ji chuchong songma dang tiga na yi ta jig rigdo ningje khenchong dang dong se na tso dang tiga na yi ta gi lencha dong se ya ro tene yo re tso dang khandi je la tene chobi ki tene pe kasi gona nga so zong ro ya me ba tene je tene cha ba ta la nga so perwa sla gro.
So what happens with this is that the nectar becomes endowed with limitless qualities, like it's smooth, it's like velvety and delicious and brilliant, like gold, and sweet, tasting, and all of these innumerable qualities. And also it becomes inexhaustible. So as offerings, when we offer, to the three jewels, to all of the Buddhas, to the Bodhisattvas, to the Yidam deities, the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and so forth. And likewise, when we give it down, so when we offer up to the exalted guests, and we also offer down to those objects of compassion like karmic creditors, the 6 classes of sentient beings, it becomes, whatever is needed and desired by whoever is partaking of it. It satisfies them, and it becomes inexhaustible in its measure.
Okay, so do you have some questions? Okay, So if no questions, so then we can keep going the reading. So back to the book. Tanga so tanda di landi nala te kasi wo mendo ina ti tab nala da tanda tinga so oni china dutsi chinhap chi torma chinham tan dek barawa ta ti shugla ta tangi kharla yore lamna nakse tini torma som yam ne ten dewa lango ta torma som yam se ya ta ketanga so ta torma som ina kharchak som torma se ya tini yorawa ngazo samdiri ta telap yosarwa torma som doe ti torma yam lamdo to lock it da.
Okay. So then, so it says that, going back to the text, the commentary, so the practitioner prepares a mandala, arranges the nectar and so forth, sits cross-legged, and then it says regarding the tormas, so there are three tormas, and one, so they're the three tormas, yeah, that's what,
Well, back to the Kabbalah. So Kabbalah the permissive tanga so some dibi Kabbalah ta jetan torma ji hingi gore. Torma mera la gore. Torma mera la lakchana masone. Jing some deya ke ta kargo gore sena jing chobe ki yu senare ta choba de la ngats otro la torma ta mera la gore. Tene ta ngats so ji 대가나기다 삼삼 맨데요르디다 맨데팅도와 맨데도 연구요래 줘봐라와 디네 강사 코랑 뭐라 다지 도지에 당 티고 다 담마로 와다 데코라 다 참베기 코라지 다 메네 메타 메원로지 차디요레스.
So it should be said that, whenever you have, whenever you stay in, anyone's doing a retreat, particularly with generation stage practice, they, there are certain things like requisites that we should always have, on the altar, and then that we, as our practitioners, should also as the practitioners should also have. So on the altar, you have, for instance, always the kapala, and the torma being the main torma, and the smaller kapalas, which are rakta and medicine, or sometimes dutsi and rakta, rakta and medicine, and then also and sometimes you have a mandala, in some cases there should also be a mandala. And then for the individual, there should be a Hevajra and bell and a damaru.
디니 다 조카르스는 당기 공수가 나지리 까발라트 페메시비케 자첸보다 무롭 중스게 헤디 까발라트 차디요레다 베나 나란도 소모담미나테니 지 당가 조디 페지 파모가 인사오다 파모 기념바데 뭐뭐 사고로와 나서다 몸 쭉직 사고고래. 텐디자 대회가라테 팅마지 고까발라트 크기도와 보일링도 되게 치기도.
Oh.
텐디도 되게 지토부요레스다 니판다고 쳐.
So this is very cool. So he said, and he was saying, that the kapala is really important. It's really a really powerful part of the practice. And it's often, said to be the source of many attainments or accomplishments. So for instance, with Drupala's in his own experience, when he was practicing Vajravarahi, and during the practice of Vajravarahi, you have to accumulate 1,100,000 recitations. And as he was maybe towards the end of the recitations, or during his kapala with nectar in it the nectar started boiling.
오다디라와 오다디니 요레스 땡이다디리 다디니 다 돌마솜 지리 다 돌마솜 땡가서 티 돌마스 딱방 같은 삼들이 연구요로 달라보요서레스.
And so then there are the three tormas that are, usually part of the practice, like any practice that you do, part of the retreat.
Tini 돌만 될라 양 티쿠 양빈 두토 띵짱 아마르 냠발레 Mador Pat Yamjuk Toram, Mator to Taba, Tunsam Suyang, Bujukin, Jitanlin de Beke, Tormata, Kasung Chemata, Log the Zoo, Tosorma, Zibike, and Zintortan, and Chotor Ingatan, Chinchu, Jetsi, Mendeso, Lai Bartaros.
De yang kakare. But that's okay. I get that de tesa yorowa that de tsum yang ti do dang. So first, regarding the tormas, one places on a clean altar in front of the drawn representation of the deity's body a support torma, which is like the main torma, the deity torma, to be placed there until the end of the approach, also known as the mother torma. The tormas for worldly and otherworldly beings that are to be offered during sessions, and the seized torma and offering tormas for the protectors in general or for the main protector of the tradition. One dulsoma, like in this case dulsoma, one arranges something to sprinkle outer offerings, a mandala, and so on, as it is explained in the individual sadhanas.
That in that's all Cheshodi, Karsananga to the I think maybe after coming back, anyway, we can see here. In some DB Kavla, Tangi Kontu Nayeta, Dormaji Gugures. That Dormadi Chungna, Matota, Karsanati, Man Dormal, Puktola, Puktors. Dormangayores.
Chomtomina potormanga. So also very important, if you're staying in retreat, so first, you really have to have the main torma, which is called the puktor. And then in addition, so generally there are actually like 5 tormas.
Right. So, so mostly, if like for instance, in the retreat, right? So retreat up to the Yidam. So before have your dharma is good, if not, that's probably okay. But if we start the Yidam, they have to have dharma. So dharma, you can jaga samvara practice, maybe you can only jaga samvara dharma, that's okay. But always, I think, 5 dharmas. So 5 dharmas we have here. So we call it lama, right? Lama. And the yidam.
These are all support
okay,
tormas.
So this, I'm talking about, lama dharma, yidam dharma, and dakini dharma, and the dharma protector dharma. So mainly this one is like so actually this I think second one is Jaga Samvara. So probably can use, even though you are Vajra Yogini practice, you can Sefe, you can Vajra Yogi. No, sorry, I think I don't think. So like for instance, like second Dharma, right? This is Sefe for Jaga Samvara Dharma. But if you really Hevajra we practice,
So
right?
it's the second from there's the far stage right, the second from stage right.
All right, second one is, so if you like Hevajra, you practice Hevajra Dharma, you can make it, that's okay, but if not, that's okay. And then, so the center, third one from this, right side, the third one is Lama.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this general Lama. So also this, right, so this the practice Lama is okay. And then fourth one is the King Dharma. So for instance, if you practice Narama, there's specific Narama Dharma too. If you're okay, you're specific Narama Dharma. If you're okay, a specific Vajra Dharma, that's okay. Or if you're not, that's enough. So all the presence of all the dakinis. so the Dharma. And the last one is the Achi, Dharma, this protector. And the first one is Mahagala. So this we call man, like, really, and then I think maybe in the Gungaju, the man Dharma. I divide actually this
All the
mostly
main
similar.
tormas for the Drikunkagi.
Right. I think mainly is, I think all the Gaju Dharmas all similar. You know, Lama maybe like a different shape, but Lama Yedam Kando, Chuchong. So Chuchong means
Chuchong is
Dharma.
Dharma protector.
So then, also in the retreat, so for instance, you are doing Jagasambhara retreat. So first we could have to build the man dharma. Or I said you can 5, that's okay. If not, you could Jagasambhara. They can't this, they can man dharma. So man dharma, you have to move, not moving, not changing. Something happen as long as something will pass, I don't know, but otherwise you not change until complete finish your Jagasambhara, whatever you yidam. You start the retreat or you start like Jagasambhara retreat, right? So then you build the Dharma, man Dharma, and also this Kabbalah. So Kabbalah nectar, so you cannot cling up, you know, something or change it, no. So that's a really important part. You can give me the spoon, honey. No.
I can do it.
Until you finish
Which one, this one?
No, it doesn't matter.
the commitment, you don't move it.
Right, so you don't move, and the Kabbalah, so of course your Kabbalah nectar you add it, right? So when you add it, and you take, Likabet take like this, first you take all the 1 spoon Likabet. And then whatever you add, you know, beer or wine or whatever. Then you almost full, then you put back this one. So not you directly add, not add it. So then, so this is kind of the blessings, sort of like, I don't know, change.
Is that what people look kind of confused? Do people understand? So he's saying, of this mix, he's saying that when we're pouring more, when we need to add more alcohol / nectar to like substance to the Kapala, you don't just add it. You take a spoonful and you
Likabet 1 drop, take out first.
You take the spoon of like with 1 drop there, then you pour in the contents, and then you like adding to it, and then you put the spoonful on top.
After that, yeah.
Is that clear now?
Okay. So that one is, I think, is not moving. Kabbalah, I said not moving. Not moving means you can, sometimes you can hold all those things, but, and not clean. And
Don't clean it.
Don't clean, and sometimes, maybe these too old now, so you want new ones, but not, so, during the retreat.
Like don't pour it out and put in new stuff.
Can I ask, when, like, you were in Tibet,
Mhm.
did lamas, like, kind of from the previous times, did they always use a skull cup, like a head skull, or did they sometimes use different containers? And also, in my experience in retreat, a lot of times, over doing a long practice, maybe for 6 months, a lot of times it would evaporate. So how did you seal it in? And is it okay to use a different container and imagine it as like a skull cup?
Right, okay, your question. So yes, actually this in Tibet is the most real Kabbalah. But also the real Kabbalah is, also they are kind of like, what called this? The holes, basically the holes, right? So this the first completely the butter.
Butter.
Yeah, inside, like probably, maybe a 1/4-inch thickness, just butter. And then pour the dutsi. So, but also they do sometimes like, we have like weekdays, silver Kabbalah or different metal Kabbalah. So depends, so, but like in the monasteries or maybe lamas, they has the lot of Kabbalahs. But actually in the Tibet, the Kabbalah is very easy to find.
Like an actual Kapala.
Because
Head,
all
skull.
the skull bearers, those so
Because of the sky burials.
so but this is Kabbalah is interesting too. So just kind of secret mantra is kind of interesting. So the Kabbalah is there's Kabbalah, whatever.
There are different marks that indicate
Different
whether
marks
a
indicate,
Kapala is
so-
desirable or not.
But particularly they said that this Kabbalah, best Kabbalah is very poor people's Kabbalah. Yeah.
Like the skull of somebody who's very poor.
I don't know. So interesting, Kabbalah is the branch, right? Inside the sort of like branch, like a nerve, right? So so branch up like Kabbalah, like this, right? Kabbalah, like human beings, branch up. So the more merit, or the branch, right? So this become more merit, then become more wealthy, whatever, easier. Not really wealthy means.
So they're saying
not
if
really
they're-
not only money, but whatever this good person, good life, And the Kabbalah like this all the branches upside down, and that person is difficult life because the less merit, because the branch is down. But then your Kabbalah cut and put up right this way, so they branch up. So this is the good for the use, the Kabbalah. And the kind of good person's Kabbalah, so then this up like this, the branch is upside down. So this is not good for using the Kabbalah. But that, I'm not sure about this, who we future. How many we choose Kabbalah, I'm not sure about.
But then he had the question about it drying up. He had the question about it drying up.
Right, so you miss dying up, and then, I said dying up,
You can add.
Edit, right? Edit, yes. Right, so edit, yeah. So, yeah, edit out, I said take off the, first one spoon and then edit. As much you can, so then put ball back.
But even overnight, a lot of times it's drying up.
In Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona.
Yeah. Remember that far and it'll be there.
I was the Arizona, I put this crystal
Crystal.
ball.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good actually.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so. But actually the condor also is naturally pure because they're strong, hold very well, whatever whiskey, pretty good.
A crystal
Otherwise, they're
Kapala, like made out of
substance,
crystal.
So these days, I must, myself, as I tell to Virginia, we really Kabbalah real silver, But otherwise, these days, like Kabbalah, this factory made, and paint is,
Yeah.
I don't know, poison, not really poison, but not good. And then we long time, in the Dutsi, long time there's just painting out.
Or real silver, or
Yeah,
real
real
metal,
silver.
yeah.
Or maybe thick plate silver
Or thick plated silver.
or crystal. Actually, very careful too. In the West too. So West
Because-
improvement.
I think what he's saying is sometimes when you buy, like in Nepal, like sometimes they like kind of spray paint or they have like silver paint, but it's not really a pure, so that can maybe not be good for you.
Right? They
Yeah.
said okay. So these days said okay, the silver plate, gold plate,
Ceramic might be.
but not really gold plate, not really silver plate. They're painting, basically. So looks like first, yellow or white, but. Even though not really no related in the painting, no silver, real silver, just different painting,
And what are we supposed to use for the nectar?
Nectar is actually we use like I use kind of maybe whiskey or whatever, kind of last longer. Last longer, you know. So
Lasts
also
longer
like,
than wine.
Yeah,
Wine goes
those
bad.
kind of they become moldy too, you know. So right, whiskey or this I don't know like what do you vodka or pure.
Tequila.
Yeah, Dutsi, yes, we added Dutsi. But also the consecration, like I said, the mantra. So this automatically, every time, like, so also this very important mantra, Om Armada Gundala Hana Hana Hompi. So every single session, you purifying and the consecration, build up, this, also these letters, okay. So also letter can purifying. Letters, you know, Mam, Bam, Down, so these 5 letters or 10 letters, so they already take consecration too. But yeah, we do this real the blessing pills. We put there too. Questions?
Oh, you said you can put a blessing pill.
You can. But also we not actually. We every single time, every session, we can consecration.
Drupanla, there are a few questions online. The first one from David Freeman. The skulls of the tripod, dry, decomposing, or fresh, or a mixture for visualization.
고성해.
Dry, yes, dry. Dry skull, yes.
And then the second from Alveda. I'm wondering what would be the suitable material for the mala for Hevajra Naratma mantra recitation.
Or mala. Okay. So mala is actually general, actually not specific or whatever here, those things. But the general mala is, they said, the rinchen tonting matoba bodhizida choto chorzo.
Oh, Bodhi.
Right.
Seed is
So,
best.
okay, real cigarette mentor, you know, real higher practitioner, if only live in the cave, you know, so this, or higher level. So then that is the good for like, the what is called, the skull bone.
Skull bone.
So this is a lot of things. Okay, we just these days, I don't know this, the buffalo bone like this we can buy in Nepal, not like that. Okay, so up to 55 men's cup and 55 women's bone, right? So they make mala. Do you understand?
50 different men
Yes,
from their heads.
right,
And 55 different women bones from their heads.
right. So that's one is then called this the Rinchen Tonting. So they're kind of precious mala. So those are kind of secret too, not showing. I said they only live in the caves. So that's you can say good, but we difficult to find. But my recommended, or not my actually, this according to the Syrian mentor said body, you know, body seed. So that is best. So there, of course, you know, just other individual like gemstone, whatever.
Different gemstones.
Yeah, but also really difficult to thread. If you really,
Sometimes.
the stones actually not good. But so, but I saying this, yeah, body seed is best. So that's why body seed is expensive, you know.
Yeah, good Bodhi seed.
Yeah,
Mala is
these
really
days like a
expensive.
couple 100,000. So.
Lisa asked a question, do blessing pills count as a medicinal part on the altar?
Oh, for the like min dang rakta karsi di dutsi chumin din mani rabu drawo yona dini di dang chipa do chagarebe karsi chushom la yona.
Yeah, that's okay.
And then a few questions in regards to tormas. Can we also make 5 more generic tormas for this instead of the specific ones? Or can we simply mentally emanate the tormas for individual practice with no physical items?
Well, it also depends what they mean by generic tormas. Like the main torma?
General
or-
torma.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to sign on to Zoom, but it's
What?
not working. Dini?
Re ta je fanga zo tabhi mina che ayo marwa in tangila imba nga zo sambi bibina mera torma se ya chi changok do chamde nya nyamne chinge ina tene koram bu koram de satla tene chi dorje ta thibu damaro ta te chi chechen ro ji changok yo res.
So, it sort of like depends on like what your circumstances are, what's available to you. But generally speaking, if somebody is going to do a retreat, it's really important to have these substances that he mentioned, like menin or medicine and rakta and torma and then like for the at your seat a Hevajra and bell and a damaru.
So that's I talking about in the retreat,
If you're doing retreat.
Right.
Otherwise,
Otherwise, like you practice home, daily, something practice, then you have dharma, okay. If you're not, that's okay.
I think Nathaniel specified or rephrased the question. How do I make a simple torma for Hevajra altar as I haven't yet been on extended retreat and had the chance to learn in person, which may be the case for others as well?
That is simple torma. Ri na yang tanga so simple torma ro yang tangi kong shu imba je torma ma che se tene che torma.
No. Kong tenda de so tor hiena chicks te le lapo chick zo go na gande zo tu gare pena karsi kong yang de tengi torma yabo chick zo ma tupna dini tapshi shimba che yore main torma la.
Ritanga so che chita me torma ta khandi so go do jil lib go yosarawa.
Yini yang le lawa drawo che yore
Ta chokcho chin rigor da subta khande go sani ga tung lab girwa subta khande ji yore.
So actually
so tenda o je thon ta ti girwa. In tabhi che ya ke chen borwa.
So there is like one way to make the main torma, and he's going to actually get into that a little bit tomorrow. But of course, like everybody kind of can only, like it's not going to come out probably exactly like, it's supposed to, but it's good, he said, to try your best, like to really do, try to really do the actual torma. But of course, if it isn't perfect, it's not, like it's going to be however it comes out. Or
That's
you could
okay.
maybe always have someone make it for you, like order one, I don't know. Yeah.
So now you got to that tormando dupchendo ina le la oro watis.
La.
Mutama nyam nyam ne chia ina te torma yor watis le.
But then, like, if you're doing a drupchen or you're practicing
is actually
together,
good, so then you
Then
know
it's there
how
for
to do
you.
things, how to make torma. Otherwise, just also difficult to online, how we can show or difficult. So sometimes very, I think, important that particular Yidam practice, so we together practice several times or like kind of small retreat together. So they're kind of
You have a basis.
Not completely, but also look up familiar how make look like dormas and offerings and or mudas and so.
So he's saying it's good to do a group practice maybe before you do retreat, because then you kind of have an example.
And then there is a question back to the sadhana on page 9, where it says their outer appearances arises as Om. The question is, what is there referred to? As well as the light that emanates from Om and Ah, what does the light go and do?
Dini chila shotangari yampa hakoma songini ang de namgi number Om. So de namgi garere. De nam garere.
Tenamji number sida tanda tela puyo
Dutsinga,
sarwate hyanga dutsinga
Yeah.
oma number ji yorwa.
So it's referring to the 5 meats and the 5 nectars. The there. So their outer appearances arise as Om. So they're marked, they become marked with Om.
되게 나한테 다 디케 텐남지 키 치.
Or no, the
right.
it
다 디
yeah.
텐남지
I don't know
까발라
outer
칠라
appearance.
되네 치 number om yores.
The?
치 number om 로지 yores.
So the outer appearance is that of Om.
되네 디 간라 다지 om 다지 source love force 들 아지 yores.
So there's the Om, and then on top of that, then there's Dini Dampo Om Rebe.
디 om
Dini Di
number
Gangla.
되네 소라
And then on top of that, there's the Ah as their life, as their kind of essence or life force.
디 간라 되네 다지 dorje. That DK, actually, I said it before, that dorje, but I think mainly is the sometimes om honke dutsiti, ihidus chagrwa, tenayita, and la om dachi dorje ketini, ihidus chagwa.
So then there's the Hung, which is, above. But actually, it's like, I think the other way. So like Om, Hung, and then the inverted Hung, right? And then he mentioned, the crescent moon with the Vajra at its tip as like the point of the Hung. And then that's from where, it drips down into the nectar.
Then the
So these
nectar
are
becomes
stacked
the wisdom nectar.
one on top of the other. And then, but the other question was what? What was the other question?
I think that's it.
The light. So, where's the light?
Light or light?
Where's the light? Oh, light emanates from Oma and Hong. Then de Oma dang
Ale wu
ale utrube. Then utrune gapardogiure.
the wu tu be, dachi dorje hong tang jeba, ihidus da wu grwa.
But gapara levgere.
The om yorwa, tenen dachi dorje yorwa. Tele om ale wu tu be, tenen dachi dorje hong tang jeba. Tangoni jina hong tang jeba hugu yorwa. Ina yang tenen ihidus chabares wu tu ne, tangi om ji do za jo om yore, yore, dachi dorje yore. Tenu tele wu ji tu ne, om tang ale wu tu be la do. Tenen dachi dorje hong tang jeba ihidus chores, tan dachi dorje tang. Tene hong tang da chama tene ihidus chabare la wa. One che yin dachi dorje te melt che go sarwa.
So it's like the light emanates and they kind of like melt one into the other, and the Hung melts into the crescent moon with the Vajra, and that like drips, right? The Vajra is dripping, melting into the nectar and becoming primordial wisdom nectar. Or becoming non-dual. Didn't I throw it away?
Yeah, the ihidus chagrwa.
So it becomes the primordial wisdom nectar. And then finally it melts. It says finally the Hung with the crescent moon Vajra melts into the wisdom nectar.
So the clarification on this one, the there. So Om is the outer appearances of five meats and nectars, or Om Hom here represents that of the deities.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Om is the outer appearances of five meats and nectars.
And then, but then the second part of the question was what?
The Om Hom here represent that of the deities.
Like a body, speech, and mind. Omaho. That of the deities? What is that of the deities?
Okay, so normally, Jimmy. So the altar, yes, this altar or whatever. I said, okay,
chi.
so we can do that actually, easy way maybe. So in the Kabbalah, right? Kabbalah, so we said all the whole substance inside. And then, so actually this they said that the chi number, but I'm not sure, but normally it's the Om, Ah, Hom, right? But here saying Om, and then this, the last word is Ah, the top in this, what called the half moon and Vajra. So these
So on top
three,
of the half moon and Vajra.
right, so these three candles are together.
So it's like hovering above the nectar, right?
And then this the moon and the Vajra is sort of like hung and upside down, and the nectar, right? And then I think Om again. So like kind of we can visualization. So like Om the Ah is like above the, not so outside or like the Kabbalah, you know. So like somewhere, not somewhere means or above the Kabbalah or side the Kabbalah. So these two terms sometimes nectar is again, you know. So first then the Dorje melt, and that they become melt into the Dutsi nectar and the Kabbalah. Dutsi is the, what is the wisdom nectar, become wisdom nectar. And then also again, your light from Om Ah. And with Hong and Dachi Dorje.
He's saying the
And
Daki
then,
Dorje means
so
the
maybe like
crescent
become
moon
oil
with the
again,
Vajra.
it's kind of melt, cook into the Dutsi. So then, so again, this the completely like kind of inseparable. They become nectar. Anyway, you understand?
I did not follow that. I don't know if everybody else did.
Can we take one more? Question from John Allen. My understanding is that barley is utilized because it was a staple in Tibet that grows at high altitude. So it was so culturally significant. But in medieval India, where the torma originally was constructed from barley, or was it perhaps made from something more pervasive and common in Indian agriculture and dietary custom? And in modernity, in the West, could we use a more common staple grain with a similar texture or consistency? I think that's the question for tormas.
Right, yeah, so the India has the barley. So actually, we went to the Hevajra. So people were thinking, you know, India, the center, like Bodh Gaya, Varanasi, and Hevajra. So that area is, so first we think, oh, like prepare, we bring the Zamba from whatever the Tibet settlement. But they said, no, this is regional food. So India, they use a lot of that area, particular, also very delicious. So they making samba in the center, Bodh Gaya, Varanasi, and Sharavasti. So there are a lot of samba. So I think that's why Buddha chose the Sharavasti. There are a lot of zambas, I think.
But
Yeah, actually,
not so
this-
oatmeal, double pechitina.
So yeah, this oatmeal maybe, but we have the zamba here, Bali, in the U.S. Actually, this best option, I think.
Yeah, they make
If
the
really
nicer
contemporarily we can make oatmeal something, but really not that good, The best is the barley flour, some reason. So we cannot the wheat at all. The other grains cannot, but
You can't use wheat
only
flour.
little bit use, I think, all oats.
The oats sort of work, but samba is
But
best.
not like zamba. I think that's good. We start here now. So yeah, or 5-9.
Yeah.
So dedication.
So we can do the dedication prayers on page 24 of the prayer book. By the virtues collected in the 3 times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drigungpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara.
Yeah, so actually, yeah, this is interesting. So the zamba is really good food, So also this Sharavasti area is not much resources, just basically poor, But there's the main food is the zamba, and they are farmers, and makes the hot air water or I don't know, they eat. They're very simple and actually very delicious. So
You can buy tormas starting at $20 on Etsy, from 20 to 1,500.
So if, for those on Zoom, one of our Sangha members in person just looked up and said that you can buy tormas on Etsy, starting at $20.
Don't buy the Play-Dohs.
Don't buy what?
That's a joke.
It's cheating, right?
I think okay.